Okay, we are back with round 3 of the Fall Classical Tournament. They should be starting any minute now. Okay. On board 1, we have Michael Robertson and Joseph Holmes. On board 2, we have Greg Turner and Matthew Fudge. So. And looks like we have D4, Knight F6 on Michael Robertson and Joseph Holmes game, and we have an English and Matthews game. Surprising that Turner wasn't playing a move yet. Everybody. Okay. Looks like Holmes' game has turned into a Belgo-Indian defense from Michael Rowe. Forget his name. Hold on.
Michael Robertson.
Michael Robertson. No, neither of them have taken that much time. They must know this position pretty well. I don't see a clear path for white, though. They're probably just going to castle.
Yeah.
Like, probably also just going to get that knight developed in castle. Then they'll start going for it. Now, if we switch over to Fudge's game, they went for asymmetrical English, which I don't understand how it's symmetrical. It doesn't look the same at all.
Well, the symmetrical is just from the C4, C4, C5.
Yeah.
But it looks like the C5 pawn was snatched up.
But all in all, his position looks pretty good. They're pretty much balanced on each board, though, right now. Fudge's board is at 0.2, and then the other board's at 0.3. Oh.
Rook in the standard position on E1. Probably would have liked to go to D1, but the queen's still in the way.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe queen B3 and then rook D1. Maybe he's trying to get the rook on the A file to D1. That would make more sense, no? Have the two semi-open files.
Yeah, potentially.
I'm just wondering how he's going to get the dark square bishop out in a meaningful way.
Moving the knight on C3 to...
His knight's probably going to get kicked, though, as soon as he moves it. Depends on where he moves it
Could
to.
he try to trade it on D5?
Maybe. He tries to trade it on D5.
And push the pawn on E3 to E4.
If he tries to trade on D5, the black would probably go E4 with his knight instead of trading it right away. And then you'd have an attack on your other knight.
Yeah.
Looks like black chose to go rook C8 though. Giving back the smallest amount of advantage. Has anything happened on the other board? No, the castle. I see what you mean, the resolution's kind of...
I'm just looking at the second board actually.
Oh, okay.
So looking probably at the second board, I think the dark square bishop is okay being there for now. My idea probably is to use that later to attack on the king side when I'm comfortable. So if I can, I would like to maybe just put my bishop on F1 right now with the light square bishop, and then bring the knight on C3 to back, reroute it from C3 to E2, and then F4 or G3, probably F4, and sit there for a while, or I can just go D5 and try, knight D5 and try to exchange it off, and I'm happy with putting in pawn on D5 and a bishop on C3, and that way I want to exchange. So my complete goal right here is to exchange that defensive dark square bishop from black with my dark square bishop on white. And if possible, do it with a knight and then use the bishop as an attacking piece. But if it's not possible, then just take and then start thinking about H4, H5 at some point.
It does look like black's maybe trying to play B5 at some point.
This one is probably stopped. I think he's just trying to buy the time. I don't know. It's also possible he just doesn't want any of the knights ending on B5, and that probably can be like problematic since he wants to go e5 next. So this might be a possible idea. That next move he's saying, I will get my e5 push, and where's that knight on d4 going? Suddenly, because now if you go back to b3, you don't have a square to go forward. If unless you want to put a knight on a5, which is absolutely bad. And if you're going back to f3, then you're saying that, well, I got a tempo on your piece, and you just went back to where you originally developed from.
It looks like white played b4.
Right.
Most likely going to be seeing e5.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see e5.
E5 maybe knight f3.
Not just that. Now the thing is, since the b pawn moved, right? There's this sneaky little tactic ideas all along now. Because let's say if the knight on d4 moves, I can put a knight on e4 and say, hey, if you want to take, I'll get that rook on h. I don't know, a1.
Yeah,
And I mean, right away it's bad because you give up two pieces for the rook, which is on the side edge of the board. But there's some sort of tactics that are definitely possible to play around, and I think there's some stuff to find here. Let's quickly go to the second board, and that is interesting. So I think things have changed.
They just played castles in d6.
Right. So typically in these lines, the bishop on b4 is actually there. That if you try to take me, I'm just going to take the knight. And yes, you can enjoy the double bishops, but the position is going to be eventually closed. So how far are you going to use those two bishops unless, like, you know? And then the other reason is that the dark square bishop really doesn't have a lot of things to go around. Because if you take on c3, I take back with the bishop. And yes, you have some play in the diagonal, but as soon as you try to break in with d5, I might play e5 and lock everything up. And that just means bad timings for your pieces. So it is somewhat interesting, but it's pretty early days. These two really like to be booked up.
Mm-hmm.
Especially Joseph Holmes, seeing him through the personal experience, he has a lot of interesting new ideas. So I'm expecting to see something nice against Robertson. And Robertson is a really dynamic player. I've played him a couple of times before, and this seems really interesting how he's played this situation right now.
I'm only playing
Actually, 95 is c3 95 is actually a move here. The engine suggests.
Still nothing on the other board. Greg Turner finding the top engine move over e5 in this situation. I think I understand it because now you can take here and you have your rook coming in to get all these.
Yeah, and the only possible piece that can defend is the queen.
Yeah. But I still probably would have went with e5 myself. Just after seeing that you can push, they have to go back, and then you can try to get them to take you and win the rook.
Yeah, but once you push e5, that bishop isn't along that diagonal anymore.
Yeah.
The bishop's blocked by its own pawn.
And push again. Pretty sure. And then he blocks with the queen like he needs to, which is the only move.
And even gets an exclam.
If it's a exclam, it's an only move. If it's a double exclam, it's a
really?
move. Yeah.
Huh. I'm learning all sorts of stuff today.
I haven't seen a brilliant move today yet, but I'm sure there probably will be, given the long time control. Let's move back over to this game. They play Rook E1. Now Greg Turner playing E6 after White plays Queen B3. Probably trying to add more pressure on the C4 square after playing D5. Do you have any input on the move?
I don't understand what he's trying to do with e6 because
I think he's either going to try pushing B5 or D5.
but that pawn's already weak. Like you want it to move it, right? Like you kind of want to keep it there and just keep attacking it. So I don't expect d5 to be played soon. And if that's not happening, what exactly is he playing on? Because that bishop doesn't really have a square now to go to the bishop on d7, and I mean, white is defending basically 1 point in material on c4 with like what 9, 5, 3. That's what 14, 17 points of material at this point almost. With the knight on c3 probably going to be moving soon, and that's quite a bit. And at some point, I might just expect Matthew to play knight f3 and say, hey, if you want to take, I can go bishop f3 and attack d7.
Yeah.
Okay, so he wanted to move his queen and join the rooks. So that was probably the idea of e6. Nothing to... I think this probably is like, again, maybe wasting a little bit of time, but like Queen d7, and I would have probably wanted him to like some. I'm not sure. Again,
I'm not
like
sure when
Queen
the best way would be here. Like,
I can think of Queen d6, but I'm not again too sure. And probably something else. I don't know. Let's see.
so while you're thinking about it, I'm going to jump over to the other because they have played some moves since last time.
So let's maybe go back to 3 points.
So this was the move that we stopped on. Black took,
Right.
white took back,
Uh-huh.
and then they played 94.
Right. And I think, as I already said, that it's a thematic thing
Yeah.
in Queen's Pawn openings that Dark Square Bishop will basically give itself up for the knight on c3. And now, like, putting that knight on e4 is really interesting because that Dark Square Bishop has problems. And if you take with the Light Square Bishop, I'm really happy to again take. And
And
he
then
takes
take
back
with the Light
instantaneously. Yeah. And
I think he's just gonna take back. Now that bishop's just gonna stay there for a little bit.
right, and okay, and knight 92 has been played, and I'm expecting a swift retreat to b7.
Maybe.
It's quite possible because you keep wanting to like you should still want to like eye that g2 square, and but then again if you leave the e4 square, that white basically says, hey, I know you want to eye that square, and I myself am going to play e4. And I'm going to block that diagonal for a little while, and now I'm threatening d5 really strongly. And if you take, I just take back with one of the pawns, probably the c pawn, and that bishop then is basically biting into a granite of I can highlight. So yeah, can you actually push the pawn? And then let's say black makes something like h6, and I'll push center pawn. And if you take, now you're just biting into that granite of the pawn, and then probably the other side. That's also fine. But I'm really like, what are you doing? In fact, this is also okay because the rook's opening up. Like, the rook sits on the open file and is happy that bishop's dead at night, and the bishop will be in there. Yeah. You just have so much activity suddenly. Right, things have switched on the other one, and I think the rank went back. So, yeah. So here's something strange. So after he played 95, can we go back a couple of moves then? Okay, so he played h3, and that I think probably might have been his idea. He went back e6. So the engine says there was something to find here, maybe.
It's saying knight takes c6 for white.
Knight takes e6, bishop takes c6.
Well, it wants rook. It wants rc7, rook c7.
Yeah, it wants to develop that should have been the idea, but
But now it wants knight takes c6 from white.
bishop takes c6.
So it wants knight, bishop,
Oh, and then play b5.
c5.
Okay.
Sorry, b5.
Yeah, and then he's like, takes, and I basically pressure your bishop away from that diagonal. Also, it's basically wanting to say, hey, well, I made a mistake like earlier, but now since I have the space, why not? I capitalize on it. And actually, on the other one, e4 is like available, so we see that happening really quickly. Alright, so here I think Matthew went bishop f1.
Bishop f1.
Making space for the c3 knight to probably jump to e2. And then
Bishop f1 and then rook d8.
right, and this seems again okay. I'm assuming knight takes e6 is still available, and that's what the computer wants.
Knight, it wants b5 right now, actually.
Right away, so b5 takes.
b5, b takes c6. Sorry, now it wants knight takes c6 first.
Right.
It thought a little bit, now it's knight takes c6.
That is true, actually. Check what I can find with this. Is this push out?
Yeah.
And so, with a quick little check, actually, b5 has been played, and
Now, will they find will they find the string? Engine wants A takes B5 right now.
right, and if knight takes d4, then he takes d4, he takes b4. That's just a transposition to this line. Takes, and then play for basically have that bishop not doing anything for the rest of his life, at least for now, until he chooses to go on the other diagonal.
It does seem like something happened over in this game. They played e4, then they played knight d7,
d5.
d5, queen g5.
Right. And I think this is again, and this is what the question was when Mike went back to bishop b7 a couple of moves ago, that this is the pawn structure that white is going to reach and basically say, hey, if you take, I'm going to be really happy taking back with the e pawn, and I have the rook on an open file, and your queen has to move and your bishop is just lying around.
Yeah.
So really interesting position, I think, here. And white holds a little edge in both of the cases, a little bit more than the open stuff. And now the question is, how do you start pushing white back a little? So what all options do we have here? The one thing that comes to mind is knight f3, but
Knight f3 is, I don't know. Knight f3, you don't really got much after it.
well, yeah, and then you probably go queen g6 and you're okay, really.
Yeah.
There's probably something else different. I mean, I'm also looking at rook e3. I don't think that's
I think rook e3 is
chances.
an idea. It's probably not the best idea, though. Rook e3 just doesn't seem. So they did take with the A pawn on Fudge's game.
True.
So I was just wondering, is he going to take back with the B?
He took
with
back. So here, yeah, he's
he
taken
did take back with the B
B
pawn.
pawn, and that seems interesting.
I think he's going to break up all his pawns.
I think at this one I'm expecting Greg to take on d4, and then once he takes
No,
even knight a5, okay.
no, that's actually an inaccuracy, I think. Or is that a mistake? It's an inaccuracy, giving white almost 1 point of advantage.
Actually a mistake. This one, because I think queen b4, and I still, okay, so his idea probably, Greg's idea is knight a5, queen b4, and then he wants to play d5 and put the knight somehow on, but there's not enough time.
There isn't. You caught. The engine was queen b4 or rook a8.
I don't know what's, okay, but queen b4, what's happening again? Queen b4, where's the knight going?
The rook comes in the cover for rook a8. The knight can't move.
That's even worse.
That's the top engine line.
So queen b4, isn't it that simple?
Yes, it should be a very yes. There it is.
Okay, so queen b4, rook a8. Yeah, you're giving up voluntarily the control of.
You kind of have to.
Fine. He played b6. Okay,
That
so
is not the move. It's another mistake. Guy needs to find e4.
why is e4 important? c4.
e4, knight f3, knight b7. Knight a4, rook takes c1.
Is there knight a4 an option?
Um,
Yeah, that seems very likely that Fudge might try knight e4. He's going after that pawn.
if he plays e4, he's up almost
But e4 is
+2.
at least difficult to see. Like, why is e4 good?
Yeah,
And I'm looking at it right now. Okay, so
I don't think Fudge will play
plays
e4.
e4, queen e8.
He might try knight
And
f3.
also, okay. Actually, can you play that line?
Okay, so it wants queen e8,
e4, no, just put it on the board.
e4, and then it wants queen e8,
Okay.
knight f3,
Yes.
knight b7, knight a4,
Okay.
rook takes c1, rook takes c1, d5, and this is almost +2 for white.
Knight takes b6. Why is he not defending the b6 pawn? That's my question before. So let's go back a couple moves. After e4, yeah, and here after knight. Okay, so before knight b7. So let's now go knight b7. And in fact, here, instead of queen e8, can we play something else? So
Now the engine's asking for bishop f8.
right, and that probably makes sense. But anyway, Fudge seems to have made a mistake there, and he went back. So just do it refresh.
He did in fact back last time. I did.
Okay, sweet. So in A4 seems a mistake as not capitalizing on the E4 idea, which is a little too complex. But I think knight A4 was possible,
Knight a4 was possible.
and also like understandable, but again,
He's still equal. That's the thing.
right? So it inspires advantage.
He's still +0.3, but at this point it doesn't really make a difference. It's still equal. He didn't throw away the game.
But
I'm
now
not-
the question basically also becomes what that bishop on F1 is doing, because before at least it had some play defending that B5 pawn. Now it's not even doing that.
Okay, so he played e5 and then knight b3.
And this is actually good for Fudge in some way or the other, because if you take on b3, I will take back with the queen and I'll put my light square bishop on c4, and I can say, well, my bishop is now at least pressuring the s7 pawn if nothing else, and I'm okay with that. Which and if you're not going to take, then I will take on a5 twice, so you have to play it like rook 8 or something.
Yeah.
Which I'm not expecting him to do. So he did take on b3, as you're seeing in the video.
And it looks like he's gonna take knight. Yes, he did take the knight,
Right.
and he took back with the queen right away.
Right, and he takes with the queen anyway. I think at this point.
He's up 0.5 now. It actually gave him a little bit more of an edge after trading the knights.
Right.
He really should probably get the other rook onto a semi-open file. But that move... So after bishop e6, what do you think is the right move here?
Probably moving the queen away is definitely like I would not put the bishop on c4.
I would not put the bishop on c4 either.
So I'm thinking queen b4 probably is okay. Like queen b2 seems okay too. The question is what maximizes the potential of all of this, and
it's asking for queen a3.
and that is one of the other things again. And why that subtle difference between queen b4 and queen a3 is so minimalistic, but it's
Yeah.
still important because queen b4 you can still run into the idea of knight d5, forcing an exchange of the knights. Because if you move the queen, I'm going to take on c3, and if you don't, then you have to take on d5, and that's so those are just moving the piece. So it's a queen a3.
If you go queen b3, they can also move the rook. No, they can't. I'm stupid. There's a bishop on that file.
So I think queen a3 is probably better, but yeah. And
Yeah.
Queen b2 probably also okay. You do want to keep an eye out on that a5 square because you want to play a5, and if takes, you want to have that
I'm just thinking
passed pawn.
after queen a3, maybe. Well, he does play queen b4.
Right.
I'm looking maybe at making the force of the knights trade off now.
Yeah, and it's not just a pair of knights; it's also a pair of rooks coming in right after. So, but I also know Greg. So Greg is probably playing for win.
Greg is down 4 minutes right now.
But that also shows in the position. So Matthew Fudge has been having an extraordinary tournament, and he's really doing good.
Oh,
Let's switch to the
Let's
second
switch to
board.
the other
Actually,
board. Let's see what's been going on. So
so
knight f3 attacking the queen.
right?
Then we got queen g4.
Mm-hmm. The knight went back.
Knight went to d4.
Takes.
Queen takes. Knight goes back to e2. Knight c5.
Right. And it seems
now we're
like
here.
whatever little advantage Black had,
It's
the white hand has gone away because now the queens are off the board and suddenly you don't have pressure. And that dark squared bishop now is having the same fate as that light squared bishop, and both are biting into grand pawns at this point. So something interesting happened in the other game again.
We got a mistake by black.
So knight
Forcing
d5
the
that
trade.
we actually talked about is not that great.
No.
Knight takes d5.
No, it's bad because you can hit the queen. And then you can trade off on your own terms.
So hold on, is e5 a move here? Is e4 a move here?
Is e4? Yes, it's the best move, e4.
Right, so it's e4 is a move opening the dark square bishop and saying, hey, I've got more. And fixing the pawn structure, so that's what I was missing.
Yes.
We normally agreed, yes. So white's okay trading the pieces, but what white's essential
Fudge
claim
actually.
is that pawn on d6 is backward. But yeah, Fudge actually
I do think that Fudge actually
has good
calculated that because he played that instantly.
right. And now
He has really good chances of winning this game.
he has some ideas. He plays
He's +2.
bishop c4 now instead of e4, and I think a little.
That is okay. It's a mistake, but it brings him only down to +1.
That's bad. I mean,
If anything, he's just trading off bishops, trying to make it more simple. But e4 was definitely the better move. Opening your dark square bishop up for the rest of the game.
and shutting his down.
Yeah. Now for it to continue his way, you want b takes b, or b takes c4, and rook takes c4.
So yeah, so mass exchange on c4, and then maybe black gets a chance to play d5. I don't know. So can probably see what's the event after bishop
So
takes.
b takes c4, r takes c4, and then they want rook c5, which I don't think they're playing. Maybe.
It's difficult to see that again. And that is a good move again, because now if you just don't want pressure and you take, then black gets a take on c5, and suddenly his backward pawn is that weakness is gone, and he gets a pass pawn actually on c5 and is sitting really comfortably there. So we can quickly show that probably.
So they want takes,
Right?
takes, and then they want this instead.
That is sweet.
That is very hard to find though.
Right.
I think they're capable of doing it. They do both have around 15 minutes or more on their clock.
Right.
It's just a matter of preference on what they want to do. Because it's a very minuscule amount of change in in the bar though. Maybe like 2%, 2 points, 2
Right,
points.
but it's practically more difficult
Yeah.
for him to like now get a crack at anything.
Now it's wanting rook c1.
The bishop c7.
Rook
So
e7.
this is an interesting thing.
Oh
So
wow.
he played
Let's
this,
go back.
and yeah,
He wants this,
and now
and now it's
Yeah.
rising.
right. But I feel like again the problem is that Greg probably wants to win at this point, and
I don't think that's gonna
I
happen.
agree, but
I think it's gonna need to be a draw.
also your prediction is a draw.
I think it's gonna need to be a draw for black. It might be a win for white.
E4 does E4 still work?
E4 is the main move of the engine right now at
E4 still works,
1.97.
Yeah.
You just need to stop that bishop from ever getting into the game.
Yeah, E4. I'm really happy if I see E4 at this one. I'm so happy.
I'm just wondering why he hasn't played it yet. He's had 5 moves to do so.
You know,
Maybe he's just trying to trade stuff off to get it into a better.
he's probably. I'm sure he's a very tactical player, and he's probably trying to see if maybe I can make bishop takes F7 work.
He's gonna.
And
No, he played
sees
E4.
He sees E4 finally, and now that bishop's
Now that bishop's not getting into the game.
playing in the corner and has nothing else
That's the only move in that position.
after a long time coming. And now actually, F3 and bishop E3 is also an
Yeah.
idea. And then you have like, all sorts of
No.
things to do. Rook EDA, Rook ED1, putting pressure on the D6 pawn. This is
To continue with the best move for black, it would be Queen D7.
So,
Don't ask me why. I don't know.
yeah, that seems so counterintuitive because moving that queen on that diagonal.
Well, here's the line. It's Queen D7.
Okay.
It's Bishop G5.
Okay.
Where is it? Bishop G5.
Checking the
Rook E8.
okay.
Queen B3. And then you're lining up an attack here. And then Bishop F8.
No one's saying bishop F8.
No one's seeing Bishop F8.
I mean, also Queen D7 is so difficult to see, and that's what I'm saying. Like these quiet moves are difficult to find on the board, and I think you moved Queen
F4. Hold on. We're gonna go over to the other game real quick. So, more stuff has happened over here. I think is it this? No. They played Queen H4. I'll go back over to the other one in a second. But Queen H4, I don't like it, per se, but I don't hate it. Queen H4 gives them a plus 2.4 advantage. But I wonder what the point of that move was now.
He's
Is it
just
just
to attack E4 twice,
Yes, but can't you just play F3 now?
or yeah, and then or Bishop B3 for that sake, maybe Bishop
Yeah.
A2 even, and
Here's the thing. The rooks are defended twice.
oh, you don't even need to do that. Look at this. This is so beautiful. Okay,
Hold on.
so.
No, you're right.
You don't need to do this because let's say bishop takes e4. So if it was black's move, bishop takes e4, rook takes e4, queen takes e4,
You
bishop
get a
takes
check.
f7, discovered,
The
With
best
the-
move right now is Queen B3
queen b3. Okay,
to
so
again line up
push.
that
Yeah.
battery. But no, yeah, you just get the queen if he overtakes that.
right, and well, I think Fudge is really tactically aware, so he might try to like sly it off and play something
Me-
else.
Me and Fudge actually had a really good game before the tournament started. Me and him got into a rook and king end game. We ended up finally making a draw after each of us had one rook and a pawn left.
Right.
He was really good.
Yeah, and he's been playing good chess like all this time, and all those little ideas that we talked about.
I really do think he's one of the favorites to win the tournament. Other than maybe Michael or
Joseph.
Joseph.
Yeah, I mean, I also I won't put it past Towns to like make a comeback also.
He might.
But again, it's like who can survive. So this is the third round.
Who can play so good the entire tournament?
Yeah.
It's just gonna be really bad, man. mind if you're thinking so hard all the time.
True. Consistency will probably suffer. I'm really sure he's trying to find.
He's trying to
This-
find a way
this-
for it to work.
Yeah, he's basically saying, hey, I want to make a waiting move at this point.
I think the
and-
best waiting move you can make is just queen b3.
But then you lose that idea, right?
Yeah.
That you don't have the takes and the check anymore. You just go directly for the check.
Yes,
So-
but knowing from just the battery on it,
So I think he might play rook c3 here, or bishop c3, one of those moves.
so I'm gonna actually, while they're thinking about it, I'm gonna go over to the other game
Yes.
and continue through what they're doing.
Okay.
So I don't know why he put the rook back there. Returning it to its home. Now they actually played something I wanted them to play. They wanted them to play f5.
Right.
Takes.
So finally we're in an end game.
Now, the only thing I don't like about that is now the knight can get it.
But this is a good bishop now. That's the other thing.
Yeah, that's a good vision now.
Because you are basically attacking pawns. It's a good bishop, but how far we don't know yet.
So we got f3,
Right.
rook. Okay. It's actually very equal still. Black has a slight edge at 0.02.
Right. Is it b4 maybe an idea?
H3 is the idea right now. The white.
No one's in h3.
No one's playing
No one's
H3.
playing h3. What's the next one? Bishop.
Bishop D2.
Okay, that's possible. Right.
And then one after that is rook AD1.
Yeah, that's likely. That's probably the most likely
Yeah.
situation is rook 81 to show up on here. Fudge, in fact, has played bishop to d5. Like,
That is an interesting move.
change?
He lost a good chunk of his advantage with bishop there.
So his idea. What?
That doesn't work though.
What?
He doesn't. No, that doesn't work. I see what he's trying to do. I don't think that works. You're just losing a queen.
No, you're not losing the bishop's.
I know, but you're trading the queens for no reason. That's why.
Right, yeah, no.
You're winning right now. You don't need to trade the queens.
So that's kind of like bishop takes d5,
So
he takes d5,
this is
and
what
that's
the
forced. Yeah, and then
plays d5. It wants rook takes first.
okay, rook takes back,
Rook takes back. Then we got
pawn takes,
e takes d5.
queen takes,
Queen.
bishop takes, and then is it rook c4 or bishop f8? One of those moves.
Rook c4.
Okay, yeah, rook c4 or bishop f8. One of those.
And then it's just you get the pawns, but he also gets your pawns.
Right. And just one pawn actually,
Yeah.
and
And then you can actually just move back and escort your pawn out.
with the same color bishop, so it's not as bad, and you can probably put the rook on d1 and be like, okay, maybe I have something, but then the rook also
Yeah.
comes back. I don't
Surprisingly,
like it that much, no.
Fudge is actually up on time right now by about 4 minutes
Right, so
for how he likes tactical
yeah,
thinking.
actually let's put that.
So yeah, Fudge is up on time by like 4 minutes right now, and
Well,
then,
they have actually made the capture, so
yes, they have. They have made the catch.
they're-
So, this is something he probably should have followed with the rook taking. And actually, on Michael's board, he did play a rook move, but not the rook move where you want it to be.
right, so queens are coming off the board here. That's
And it is a queen trade. And I bet you it's actually very close for black to be winning right now. Never mind, it's not anymore.
so it's queen takes is the only thing. Queen takes is the only one I don't think he's gonna understand. But now I think he might play f5. I don't know.
F5 seems like a stretch right now.
I mean, f5 should be one of those moves.
F5,
because-
you trade the rooks and then you get a pawn.
Right. So maybe we should do it.
But it does say that rook a8 is the move for him right now. Get rid of the. Yeah, he found it. So here's the thing: they need to either play rook a1 or find a way to defend that pawn. And it's saying rook c6 is their best option.
Because then you're saying, hey, I can take on d6 with my bishop, and then I'm going to definitely take one of the e5 or the b6 pawns because one of them are attacked at that point.
I do feel as if if he keeps this cool, he'll definitely be able to win the game. But it's a very stressful situation.
He could have put. I think he succumbed to the pressure. He could have just kept those bishops up.
He did actually play rook c.
Yeah, rook c6 is again. Yeah, it's just that. So they are going into this very stretchy.
He still is pretty good here.
Right, but I think this is going to be.
It's going to be a draw.
No, I think it's going to be a draw because Greg's super. Like he can calculate.
I mean,
This is one thing.
he might get low on time and make a mistake. He's up to 12 minutes left.
I mean, that's a lot. I've seen him play absolutely tense positions in really good, like objectively okay things. And
What is Greg rated?
I think 18 something.
Dang.
So he will probably find resources. And this is one good thing with the like high rated players is that they find defensive resources that we usually tend to miss. So yeah, he took on a4 and
And now the bishop's going to take on d6. I'd be surprised if the bishop didn't take on d6.
It should come automatically at this point. And then
It actually wants rook b1 right now. Dungeon wants rook b1.
oh,
That's just a hard move to find.
yeah, because you're like I'm still tagging both the pawns. Which one do you want?
Maybe it's because he can't defend the b pawn, or no, the e pawn after. Sorry, the d pawn after you move the bishop again. Unless you play rook d1. But by that point, he's going to play rook d4. Or he misses it entirely. That's a miss, yeah.
What was the move then?
Rook d4. It's most likely gone unless he can figure out a way to keep it.
So first takes it.
It wants rook b e7. Which, he did take that pawn. Now it's a race to see who can get the other pawns first.
I think it's more like who can defend first.
Fudge is a significantly lower rated player at 1400. Well, sorry, 1398.
Has been playing good chess.
Yeah.
He also beat a 70 time.
I'm looking at rook b8 right now for white.
Oh yeah, but I think rook a8 then probably is what? No, rook b8. Oh yeah, rook b8 pins. Okay,
Rook b8 pins.
So you have to take, I think.
He could also play rook a8 after,
I think it's
but I don't think it's. I think it's too slow.
Let's
Rook bishop f8 is black's move, which I don't think is impossible to find.
right, and that is because he's played something, but that is because
He
he
did not
wants to
play.
stop rook b8.
Yeah.
He wants to stop rook b8.
And now he can actually play rook b8,
That's,
but it's. Sorry, rook b1's the best move right now for him.
yeah, I mean that's Silman's. Jeremy Silman has put this in his books like so many times. The rooks belong behind the passed pawns.
But here's the thing. He's up 2 points, but only if he finds rook b1. Or rook d1.
Right, one of the passed ones. Or rook
Or rook c6, like,
c6 is okay. Like
because then you can push.
But I think rook b8 again, as you've seen it, it looks more forcing, and he might just play it. Not sure.
It's just, rook b8 is something I would play, mainly because I just like attacking. But I'd probably, hold on, what happens if you play rook b8?
But I think isn't
It makes you equal, it's a draw.
so. You take and play rook b4.
It's a draw.
you play take and play rook d4, right?
This is a draw.
Yeah.
So
Oh, d8. But
actually, something's going on in the other one. If you want to pull it both.
sure, yeah. Yeah.
So they played rook e3, and then rook f4, rook e1, h5, bishop d2, rook e3,
Fajaski from rook d1.
or d4.
But coming back to rook d4, this is interesting. And now, I'm not again. I like the knight now a little better too, because the knight's getting into d3.
So the thing is, how are you going to get the bishop? Are you just going to put it back to c3, or are you going to put it to c1, or are you going to play rook e2? It's all a matter of how are you going to defend the bishop now. The engine wants bishop c3.
Bishop c3.
Then it wants rook d3.
Rook takes.
Sorry, that's rook d3. Rook takes. Knight takes. Rook e2. Knight f4. Rook e4.
Right.
And then this is
So, okay, yeah, rook e4.
oh shoot! Fudge is completely winning. He's +5 right now. It only continues +5 if he finds rook b8 now.
I was thinking why, but then just because there's no way how do you defend it, right?
You don't
Rook
defend it
takes
anymore.
b8, bishop takes b8, and if you take d5,
If he finds rook b8, I'm
thinking
he's thinking about it. He's thinking about
He
it.
sees but he has some time.
He has some time. He should calm down. Okay, let's go back to this other.
No, I just wanted to
Okay.
say he has around 14 minutes on
Yes.
the clock, so having 14 minutes on the
Let's
clock.
just calm down and start thinking
just
about it.
take 10 minutes at this point if you want to
You're
calculate
+5.
And he finds rook b8, so he plays rook b8.
He plays rook b8 and he's almost completely winning. If he can keep that pawn.
True, that seems to be. Yes.
It seems to be completely true that he's keeping that pawn, because after rook takes, you can put your bishop all the way back to h2,
Yeah,
and then you have nothing in front of you.
And I'm getting up there really quickly because you need 2-3 moves to get back.
the thing is rook takes, bishop takes, and if rook takes on d5, I play b6. You have to probably go back on d8, and then I move my bishop back to h2, and now you still can't attack. And if you don't, then I just go b6, b7, and then I move my bishop to it.
So I think he might be thinking about bishop g. I think he might be thinking about bishop g6 here.
b6.
G6. Bishop g6. Black. Sorry. F6. I am working on 30 minutes of sleep, forgive me.
But bishop f6, do I have bishop e5?
Bishop f6, bishop e5. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, bishop e5. What?
Oh wait, no, that works. Yeah. Yeah, I think Black's is just out of options here. He can't take the
But
pawn.
now you can also see his body language is really relaxed. He's like, I know, I see all of this.
I know what he's thinking that he's won already.
Yeah, I think
He's figured it out.
Yeah.
Which should be very easy cleanup now. So I'm gonna go back over to. They haven't made a move yet. Now, did they? Not yet.
Refresh. Okay. So
Okay, yeah, let me move. They played rook e2.
now d3, isn't it?
Knight d3 is a move, I guess, I think. Let's see. Let's go back. It wants a4. A4 takes knight
Something. He
Alright,
played something. He played something.
so back.
He played 93. Yeah.
He played knight either.
It's an easy move. That's the thing. Like it just
Yeah.
restricts your pieces.
So they did actually take on B8. And now it should just be cleanup.
Should be clean up. That's.
And now the continuation for black is rook takes d5.
Yeah, but that's bad. There's no practical chances. Like rook d5, I'm playing b6. I know I'm playing b6. And if you play rook d8, I'm putting the bishop on c7, and I'm like, okay, show me what you got. Because if you put your rook on c8, I'm going b6, and I'm threatening b7, and there's nothing.
Yeah, you just like a queen.
I'm expecting handshakes. I don't know.
I think he's gonna make him play it out,
Maybe he might, but
but he's low on time.
Fudge can start seeing it. Fudge is like, okay, I can calculate
Yeah,
that.
you can see it on his face. He's nodding.
Yeah, it's not it. Yeah.
He sees it.
Yeah.
Now it's just a matter of when he'll resign. Oh, I thought his hand was going out for a second.
Yep. I thought that so too. That is interesting. Okay.
He got me. Shaking his head. Sweating. I'm surprised I got a draw out of him. He's playing this well.
So what's the other resource to find?
There's nothing else other than, I'll show you. Here. Rook d8.
Bishop c7.
Bishop c7.
Rook
Rook f8.
Okay. Pawn push.
bd6.
Even choosing. Okay. So.
Rook e8.
Okay.
b7. Now it wants g5.
7.
Or sorry,
Nice.
yeah, g5.
Yeah, it's just trying to play anything. But
b equals queen.
yeah, it's over. It's so difficult. There's nothing left. Oh.
So he did play rook takes and then b6.
Yeah.
So I'm actually going to try to get him in here after the game is over.
Right, and like have him go with this.
Yeah.
And
So I'm actually try to catch him on the way out. So this is a really good game. I'd like to hear his thoughts behind it.
yeah, and honestly, he played so well. I think, although Bishop d5 I didn't like too much.
Bishop d5 I didn't like too much
Yeah.
either, but other than that, he did really well.
That's right. He eventually found e4, and I was like, okay, he found e4, which means he can put
as
so
soon
much pressure.
As soon as he found e4, the game turned around.
Right.
Like, I'm waiting for that hand to go out at this point.
I think that's coming soon.
He is not happy with his position.
Time.
He's at 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, it's on the second one here.
And they've exchanged pieces, the minor pieces, so there's not a lot of imbalance left apart from.
I think this is gonna be a draw with perfect play. It's almost even.
And he plays rook d2, so he's trying these with his little tricks.
I don't see what the point of that one is.
He wants to play bishop d4 and then take on f2.
Bishop d4. Yeah.
But I just play b7, and as soon as you play bishop d4, I think I can go bishop g3. And I can sit there for a while.
Yeah, just play just play b7. Because you can just go to g3, yeah.
Yeah. G3 or even like f4, and I'm happy. I'm not running into it.
Let's just see how Fudge handles this. It's never too late to throw a piece.
I mean, that pawn is pretty far off to like. So he plays bishop c7. So bishop c7, he's like, okay.
Yeah, now it's over.
Give me what you got, man.
It has to be over, right?
I mean, nothing following that bishop takes f to check either. Like, how are you going to follow it? Nothing to do there. And let's say I'm generous and you play bishop d4 and I play b7. You take rook takes f2, maybe with some idea, and I just play king h1. No more checks.
Oh, something came up on the. It seems like we got a mistake from Holmes, making it just about plus or -1 for black here.
So rook d3 isn't it?
They want king f7 to continue the advantage. And of course, you can see on the other board,
Bishop d4.
bishop d4 is played, so now we just get bishop g3, and it should be game.
I don't know. I am tempted to play b7 and I'd be like, okay, what? Because I don't even want to
I
let you take
don't
b6.
think you need to, because I think you can just hide on h2, right?
No, h2 is h2 maybe a blunder.
Well, h1 is.
Bishop h2
worse.
because now I take.
No, you can hide on h1
On
because the
b6.
rook can't get into it.
So I would just push b7 and I'm like, okay, what do you have?
We got another miss on Holmes's part. There's king f7, which is now a miss. It was good last move.
So what has changed since then? And so what's the idea that
So
he wants?
after this, it's on the king f2 right away.
Okay,
It
that's,
wants rook d3 right now,
yeah, that's probably what I thought. Also, is good. Okay,
and then king f2.
rook fd3 before.
It wants a4 for some reason.
e4. And what if I take?
It's actually bad because of rook a3 for some reason. Because if you go here, you
He's
can
playing king
take
h2. Okay, so he just moved away. But now he's gonna take. What's wrong with b7? Can we go back to the second board for a second?
so here.
Not the other board, and then so go back correctly. What's wrong with b7? Is b7 all?
So b7 is the top engine move. Because after b7,
Why not play bishop? Like, why let a pawn go is my question. Because he's gonna take. He's going to take on. And he just made things more difficult for himself.
and then it wants this.
Oh, I see. Okay. So he has to kind of play that anyway.
And then it wants to do this.
I mean, he has to take no matter what piece he makes. Like, don't make him make, but still.
So I have a feeling we're gonna take here. And then once this is played, they're either gonna go there, well not there. They're gonna go back
Go back, yeah.
or move this up, try to get over there. Like sure they're winning a pawn, but our pawn's so close to queening it really doesn't matter. Though his advantage did go down a little bit by playing h2. But Greg is up about at a minute and a half left.
That and also I'm still.
Over here.
This board seems like things have.
So many mistakes are going on.
But it's also difficult. It's not very dry, but the position is like most of it's pretty locked, so
Yeah.
it's either on one side or the other.
Okay, now White's winning entirely. If we go back over to, it's plus 6.2 right now. With b7, yeah. After that, rook a1. Rook a1 GG.
Yeah.
Fudge, I think, played rook a1.
I think it's his notice, right? But
No,
this-
he's queening first. He did it in the wrong order. It's okay still.
What take? What's happening in the first one? I'll take the part of that. Sure.
So here's the thing. Black's now winning.
Oh, king f4. King f4, king g3. Okay.
King f4, rook c3, rook c2.
4, c2. Alright. Yeah, king f4. The rook's going to d1 at some point. This is
So white was completely winning. Now white is still winning, but in a bad spot.
he takes the rook. Yeah.
I don't know what he's gonna take with, because
That's 2 pawns for a bishop now instead of like having
now if they can, I'd like to see
bishop.
bishop. I'd like to see bishop e5. Bishop e5 getting the rook onto the h file. Actually, bishop f4 is the best move.
Yeah, just moving the rook away and like asking it like to find a place, right? And also stopping like ideas like e3. And
Well,
now you're also basically also claiming that hey, if you don't attack my piece or something, I'm going to play rook b7 and pick up that pawn on h7.
let's look at this. He has a minute 30 left.
Yeah.
To play this chaotic endgame.
Right.
He's probably gonna get into a time scramble by the time anything else. He's actually giving up the H file now. Which I don't know if I agree with. He plays the best move. Best move is rook d7. He does play it. This is just a weird game.
I think it's a little difficult for Fudge to find things. He might. I think we're back to getting close to a draw.
Yeah.
The problem is now he puts his rook behind his passed pawn, which is rook on e7.
Yeah.
And then he's threatening e3, e2.
He's trying to trade off the rook now.
He should. It's good for him because.
The thing is, if they put. Oh, they didn't even play it. Hold on. He can force it. He can force it. Rook c6. Then rook c7, no?
Oh, rook c6, rook c7, I see. Yeah.
Okay, or he just trades it anyway. I didn't think he traded like that. But I think he's actually lost. If he can get all those pawns pushed. But it's still white's winning.
No. I feel like Greg has some resources, like he's back. He has some resources. The engine probably says it's winning with like perfect play.
Yeah.
But you require a lot like of control on the dark stairs, and the I am more than happy to just push the pawns.
So let's catch up with what these people are doing over here. So it's back to equal. What happened? It was like plus almost 1. It's plus 2 here. After that, and then it goes back down to 1 plus 2, and then it goes back to equal after this move.
So what's the move here instead of rook d1?
Rook d. Let me go to the stuff. It's choosing between a4 or rook d3.
Let's relook at rook d3.
d3. g4. Check.
Now you don't really want to play king to the 4.
H takes g.
Right.
King g2. Then a4.
That is interesting. And as I said, Fudge has made a mistake. So it is back to drawing now. And I told you that the moment you lose control of the e3 square, he
Well, let's
is
look
not
at
very happy.
What's the best move for him? King F2.
There's only one move. There's nothing else to play, and he just holds everything down.
G4. No, he wants G4. What's G4?
Oh, G4. Oh, okay.
G4 plus, and then F takes G3, King takes G3, H6.
Yeah.
You get a draw. That's the only move for a draw.
Oh yeah, and the thing is with H5 also, like I'm really happy. Like, how are you going to get it? Possibly can. I don't know if you'll find G4. G4 is very good practical chances, so not great. It's perfect. It's gone.
G4 is the only hypothetical draw he has.
He has draws. I don't know what else is there to find. But
BC7 is also a draw, as well as King E2.
White probably has a lot of chances too. Like, he's not losing, but I don't think
He definitely needs to think.
Yeah. No. What went wrong? Can you take me back?
Let's go back. So, this was a mistake.
No, why did the bishop? How did the bishop end up there? Okay.
Took
So
this,
takes.
he checked,
Okay.
then he played King G3.
How much time did it take for that one?
King G3 was played. Let me go back to the game. 1 second. It doesn't say how
Let's
long.
go back and see. Sit down and talk.
Where is it? It was right here.
Yeah, that check. The check is bad. You not allow. You shouldn't be allowing that check.
Pretty sure that said it took a minute or something. Like, not even a minute, like 30 seconds. -ish. But no, that check should not have happened. And he actually played a move to get a draw still.
I mean, black can't. It's very rare that black will win this one, because white can always give up the bishop for 2 pawns, and it's a 2v2, and it's a draw that way.
But he can also always time the other person out if they think to win.
Right. And
But I think that just because he didn't play Rook A1, or it just fell apart.
And even this, so yes, he had like so much. He had some abilities to like play it through, right?
Oh, hold on. Actually, seems like Michael's game has opened up dramatically. I think. Sorry, this isn't even. Okay, right here, here.
This is closer somehow.
Yeah. It opened up dramatically. We're not here. And Holmes is actually in trouble in time as well.
Yeah.
So, 1 second.
Right, so we are back from this small break.
It doesn't look like Fudge has came up with a move yet, but on the other board, neither have they. So we're just waiting for a move to be made.
A4 was played.
Was A4 made?
Yeah.
A4 was played, okay.
And from here again, I think if you take I push, and then mine is basically to take on G2 and say, hey, are you going to queen or am I queening?
I think Fudge just actually played another move, yeah. He's just waiting for the pawns.
This is not going to get anywhere. This is not going anywhere.
I think this is just draw. I think they should just agree to a draw at this point. Okay, that is still a draw move.
Then it's not going anywhere because
No matter what they play, it's going to be a draw at this point.
It's just perfectly positioned.
Black can't move their game because the bishop will get in.
So king. I'm expecting to see here king e2 from white.
Oh, no, he
not
took.
here, not here, not here. On the other board, I'm sorry. On the other board, I'm expecting king e2 and the idea basic. Or king f2 in
Oh, wow.
fact. King f2.
No, I think white's actually no, it's still drawn. Okay, I thought white was better for just a little bit on Fudge's board because of the king taking, but it seems as if
We need a pawn to queen, right?
yes.
And that's the question.
not
I am going to play f3 next, and if you play g3, I'm going to play h4, and I'm going to ask you how are you going to mate me with an extra bishop and having no pawns to queen. So
Well, let's see.
that's
You
a
can
lot.
also play
we played king
if
e4.
if they play here, you can. Oh, sorry. What does white play here? It wants be5. Then king f5.
No. Okay, so just go back. f3. What's wrong?
Go there.
And then h4. No, the other one. The other one. Yeah. Okay, and
Something funny.
well, that's what. But if black just wants to draw, right?
Black just wants to draw, so
So that.
let's just go back. Let's see what they play. Okay, so now black is was slightly better.
Okay. Going to the other one. Actually, this is interesting. So here the question is, I think
We're on the other board right now.
yeah, do you know? I think
Yeah, they made us
right?
Okay.
And yeah, and
For
here
some
you
reason
get a
this board
check.
just doesn't wanna. There we go.
So
So it's actually
go back
still a
move.
draw.
Actually, let's go back a move. Here after king e4, a2. Can we play a2?
We may play it too.
Right?
Yeah, you can play
And
it too.
then rook a6. And then you have to, if you go, so here's the weird part. If you go king h5, king f5, I think maybe is no. Can
No.
it be? Yeah, king f5, king h5. And my idea is you can't run away, and I'm going to go okay, h8 maybe that's possible.
Yeah.
And
That
this
does
was-
look
this was
interesting.
check. The top board.
So Fudge actually was able to make the draw after losing his advantage of all 6 points. And then it looks like the second board is going to come down to a time scramble or a draw. Never mind, it's a draw. Both are draws. I'll be back with round 4 shortly. I am back with Fudge and Grade Turner to share their insights on their game. So, you play in English, right?
Yeah, it was in English.
You guys played the symmetrical English?
Yes, yeah, symmetrical English.
Well, right about here. We were thinking about your move here. You actually played the move that was the best move. We were thinking you were going to play someone a little bit that. Try to open this up eventually. You played the only move
Queen
that was in
B6,
that,
yeah.
which is it.
Mm-hmm.
And just with that, you got a little bit of
The badge.
badge. You were actually supposed to take that.
Okay, alright. I was thinking that was probably the right decision early on in the game.
You were.
But this comes
Now,
out.
we were yelling at you for about 3 minutes because you didn't play e5 soon enough.
Okay.
I'll show you every move you could have played e5 and it was the best move.
Okay.
Just give me a second. So, one move that after this, it's
Okay.
one move that could have been e5. Best move.
Or you mean E4, yeah.
There's your best move.
There you go.
had 2 times in this game that you could play e5,
Yeah.
3-4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And after this, now here,
This is a little swingy, yeah.
we wanted, the engine wanted something like that.
That makes total sense. But I mean,
Because,
yeah. Rook D,
well,
F8.
we also saw this. If you did this, well, sorry,
Yeah, if they take,
If-
then you have bishop F7. Yeah.
did this,
Uh-huh.
takes, takes.
Uh-huh. And then bishop F7. Yeah.
This is what they say.
Fortunately, I saw that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Of course.
As I expected.
You trade everything off,
Mm-hmm.
and
Okay.
that was a mistake.
So, guess the
Yeah.
rook takes D6. Or,
I think Rook C6 would be a mistake. Actually,
Rook c6 was the best move.
was it?
They wanted,
Okay.
they actually wanted that.
okay, that makes total sense. And then I just grab the pawn on B6.
Mm-hmm. Of course, it's okay, but this is only bad because I can play this.
Oh, okay.
That's the only reason that's bad, because you can just win the pawn back.
That's fair.
But you were almost, after that move, it was, you should have won.
Should have won. Should have played rook A1.
You were very good at playing for one,
Yeah, that was excellent. That one.
and very lucky.
Yeah. Everything.
Hold on. So, why did you, this was actually a mistake.
Okay, yeah.
PH2.
Yeah.
Change,
The only way to really hold it is going over here. Well, not over there.
you're supposed to hold it. What
I
about
forgot.
what about bishop D3 though?
Bishop D3? Yeah.
Bishop F4.
Bishop D3 is what you're
Pawn,
supposed to do.
pawn, or
And then, actually, what the engine wanted you to do, just go up. Just push it.
D7.
That's what they wanted you to do instead of that. Push.
That's what sure saw.
Yeah.
Take, king H1, and then
Back.
back, and then rook A1, that's game over.
And that's where you were.
Yeah.
So, let's go back to the opening. Forget exactly how you play this. It seems like it turned a Sicilian dragon,
Yeah.
which,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, we're back with the fourth round of the. What was it called again? I forget. You coming over here or no?
I suppose I might.
Thomas is here filling in for one of the other people that commentate today. Okay.
I'm just looking at the position. Like, we have,
This is an Italian.
yeah, it's an Italian, but I always like seeing Italian games. They confuse me.
I like playing that. I like playing Italian.
Yeah, C3 and D3, C3, 5 lines, but
I was like reading a Smash Roll. Sorry, Guccio Piano.
I sure hope piano. But
Guccio Piano. Oh, we did it.
pretty good. It's always nice having your chess going on.
Could played in the tournament for free. They offered me a spot for free in the under 1200.
Oh yeah, they needed somebody else to make it not 3 people.
I didn't really get my rating down on there.
Anyway, back to this. I believe it's going to be either castles or we still have some ideas.
It's definitely going to be further, so that's going to probably be castling.
Either castling or maybe they go C3.
I don't think C3 is really bad.
There were some fun lines I used to study where like you go C3 here and then B4.
I usually go C3 first whenever I play the Italian, or when I did play the Italian. Now you Bentley playing more D4 than anything.
Well, soon you'll be playing English, don't worry.
I did play the English just now.
See?
Didn't win, but I played it.
Oh, see?
Actually, I did win. I played against Trav.
Yeah, he doesn't like my English.
He doesn't like English in general.
Anyway, back to what we're looking at here. Knight C3 played, Knight C3 just.
Well,
Knight C3 just pretty guarding as a D5.
Where do I? Okay.
See, now you're touching the equipment and you're doing something wrong.
No, I know how to work this. No, I don't. I'm not even trying.
Mike's on board too, right?
Mike's on board too.
What's his position looking like? Oh, see, now this is more interesting.
You're the positional player, and you like more tactical now.
No, but this is positionally interesting.
Pretty sure you got a draw last round.
Yeah, probably. But in any case, like this is fudge. Like,
Fudge is definitely gonna be a challenge for Mike.
Yeah, this is already kind of a rough position. I hate this position for black.
Well, it's not the worst in the world. I mean, he likes playing the French Sicilian.
Yeah, I know.
It's an Alpine,
you have
too.
You have to be careful with this lot, though.
It's an Alpine Sicilian.
Yeah, I don't like plays Alpine, so.
I've actually been trying to win the Alpine.
I'm just wondering, like, why Black chose this particular line of the Alpine.
I'm sure we can ask him after.
Yeah,
We got one more round after this, right? Or is there 2 more?
there's one more. Because we had lunch, we had the one round at our lunch, and this is like round 2 of the lunch. And so that was 2 and 2, that's 4.
We're gonna get out of here early.
Yeah, luckily enough.
Well, I want to play some chess before I leave.
See, now what I'm thinking about here is Knight G4. Knight G4 just looks nice to me.
Knight G4 is interesting.
Knight G4, and then like the whole point of Knight G4 is you're attacking the bishop on E3, and then if they take it, oh, see, now we just have this. Now this just this ruins the entire idea of why you didn't play C6E in the first place.
I think they're just trying to get the center open.
Well, yeah, I know, but like you couldn't have gone C6E.
I feel like it should have done something way differently, though. I think he got that draw up and it messed with him a little bit.
Yeah, and see, now we have Knight BD5 played because of Knight C7 threats, of course. And how do you wish to deal with this is the question. Like, I feel like you have to go Queen D8 to deal with this. And then you'll have to play A6 to kick it out, which, if you were a fan of the OKLA like I am, you wouldn't have to deal with this Knight B5 to begin with.
Yeah. Anyway,
So let's see. Queen d8, and then we just just recapture the pawn.
there's definitely gotta be some way to stop that for.
Well, yeah, queen d8.
Queen d8.
Queen d8, and like the bishop still hits, so like you have to go and like knight captures pawn. And the difference is that like white gets to maintain a very solid pawn structure, probably maintains this 3v2 on the queen side, and black in the meantime is going to have to try and make up for it with the e pawn somehow. Like you're going to have to get as black somehow e5 played, and then try and go e5 and e4, but that's going to be a really rough thing to
He
do.
spent a minute and 20 seconds on Queen d8.
Yeah.
I thought it was like one of the only other moves that I saw.
Well, he might have been just shocked by the move 95 and just wasn't prepared for it, so he had to mentally like reset.
Anyway, now he's just.
Like here, like now I feel like you're forced to go like 95 to get rid of the bishop pair at least. But maybe,
This one
maybe
was
it's something
good.
else.
Let's look at the other thing real quick.
The other board, well, yeah,
It's fairly the same.
yeah, this is kind of what we expected. Castles in h3.
We'll come back when it gets more interesting. I kind of like this position more anyway. No offense. I got money on fudge.
What?
Got my money on fudge.
Why did you put your money on?
You
You don't put money on anybody. You don't put money on anybody. I know, but no, it's not about underdog or overdog. Why would you bet on any one player?
I never said it was just one.
See, now we have no more questions. In any case,
I don't bet on chess.
let's see.
Yeah.
What would I do? What would I do? I would go. Honestly, the tempting move here for me would be just playing bishop d3. I don't see a reason not to play bishop d3 and just finish your development.
Well, bishop d3 is the best move from the engine.
Yeah.
b7.
I mean, you can also consider taking the knight on c6, I would say, but if you take the knight on c6, I feel like you're losing a bit of the advantage that you have for white. Like you can trade off queens there, and then it becomes a much duller game. And I feel like that is just not how you play for a win.
There's an easier board, so if we need to watch it from there. So we're not just sprinting uphill.
Oh, no, I don't need that necessarily. Bishop e5 played, a bit of a shocker move.
I mean,
I don't think the bishops will play so in b5. I don't know.
it's not usually a move you'd see at high level.
Like here, I kind of just wondered, like, what is its response to just something like queen c7?
I'm trying to get that full screen. It's easier for you to see. Anyway,
No, like, what do you do after, like, a move like queen c7?
queen c7.
Which, by the way, if you want to, we can bring in a board in here and just head out. But,
Maybe in between. But for now, queen c7 is an okay.
oh yeah, there's queen c7, there's queen c7, bishop d6
Queen
batteries
f4,
that conform.
For a while. Queen c7, queen f4.
Queen c7, queen a4, bishop d7. And at some point,
Just castle.
you're just gonna, yeah. Okay, so bishop d7 played immediately. Bishop d7 played immediately would give me the idea that now maybe we actually want to play knight takes c6 and like knight takes c6, bishop takes, and then bishop takes, pawn takes. We have a weakness that we can target with knight e5 immediately.
I think it's just a matter of what do you feel like the best move would be in the situation.
I mean, Mike definitely played bishop e5, and he must have known that bishop d7 or queen c7 would be moves, and he probably is just looking at, do I really want to go into bishop takes c6 and trading off all the material there? If he likes that end game. If he likes the end game and he's confident in it, then definitely, like, I think White will have an advantage there. It's just whether or not it's enough to win. Because the one thing to keep in mind is that you may make a C pawn weakness, but you're opening up the B file for the rook to go to B8 and target the B2 pawn. So it's a trade-off.
Yeah. We're just waiting on. I'm actually gonna go back to the double cards. Let's go with the other group on the other table. So
Okay, now the other table's a little bit interesting.
let's look.
So,
They're trying to get the bishop off the board.
well, yeah, but like, let's just take a note here. We have this doubling of the E pawn that happened. Definitely bishop e3 was played by white, and bishop e3 doubling the pawns is generally speaking a mistake. Normally what you see in those positions is like something like queen e2 to prepare bishop e3 so you don't have the double pawns. Not to say that the double pawns are life or death or anything, but because you do get the support for d4, but if you go d4 then you're always going to have at least the e pawn weak long term.
Yeah. And now it just looks like it calmed down. I think they just traded everything, and now it's more of a calm game again.
Oh, no, this isn't anything of a calm game. I think it's misleading to say this is a calm game just because we got all of the pieces off. Like, think about the in-game structure here that we're going to be looking at. Black is a more solid pawn structure, and white with
Black
their
doesn't have a single pawn missing.
Yeah. So now it's all about, do you know how to maneuver with these pawns? This pawn cluster you have in the center is white. If you know how to maneuver and use it, then you might be able to take advantage of this a bit. But if you make one or two mistakes here with white, I feel as though your structure is a lot less solid, a lot less put together than you might think at first. So queen e1, I like c5 to stop any d4, and while it does make the backwards d6 pawn, I don't see a way for white to get near it. Another idea that comes to mind would have been instead of c5, b5, the bishop e7 ideas, but all about preference there. Rook e8 was chosen by him instead, and now I'm just looking at like what I would actually play as white. Because white, he put the queen to e1 for a reason to shift it to the king side. I'm just seeing what king side attack are really looking to go for. Maybe he's looking at knight h4, knight h5.
Maybe.
Knight h4, knight f5. But knight h4, if you go for it, because the queen's still on d8, protecting the knight, maybe he just goes g6 and just stops you entirely from getting to f5.
Let's go back. See if anything changed. They actually got castled. Looks like they traded.
So he traded knights, but he did not trade bishops,
He did
and
not trade
they went and said to keep the bishops on. And now black has this horrible light square bishop. Like, you have to figure out how to get this light square bishop.
He's exploiting immediately.
Yeah, now there's pressure against the c6 pawn again.
You could go e7.
You can go queen c7, queen c7.
Bishop f8.
Queen c7, there might be some ideas, though, some tricky ideas that I want to try. Like maybe,
c8 is what the he prefers.
yeah, because queen c7 might run into some bishop f4 lines, potentially. So queen c8, if you go queen c8, then I think, again, we might just go ahead and grab on the bishop on d7, just to make sure we keep the bishop pair advantage. And then after you take back with... If you take back with the queen there, then after the exchanges happen on d7, then we'll have bishop takes c6. You'll be losing that c6 pawn. If you take with knight, and keep the queen on c8 there, then, I mean, that position just looks miserable, but maybe that's what you have to do.
And they did play queen c6, c7.
Yeah, and now bishop f4 and knight g6 ideas are in the position. thing is, do you even need to go for those type of tricks, or can you just be straightforward and take the bishop on d7 and be claiming an advantage that way?
It's whatever Mike prefers at this point. He's really in control right now. He's making them melt everything.
Yeah, but the thing when you have a good position like this is, you see so many good moves that you're spoiled for choice and you can go wrong.
Yeah.
Like you can get too lazy about it and then make one move that looks like it's completely fine, and then your opponent can just surprise you with something. So
He's just gonna take.
yeah, he's just gonna take. Now it should be knight takes here. It has to be knight takes here.
Yeah, if it doesn't, he loses a queen. Almost entirely. Oh, knight. He loses his knight. If he takes with the queen first. What do you like to think?
This is a speed chess, so this is supposed to be a thinking game.
Why not?
Granted, this is still much faster than what I'm used to. Now you might have some ideas like bishop c2, queen d3 to go after h7 for battery. But you also have to, what, queen, maybe he goes queen f3. The queen f3 looks attractive, but I was trying to see what the problem with it might be. Castles. Castles is, of course, a sound move. Nothing wrong with an easy castle move.
Come back over here for a second. It took that long to reach this position. Okay.
Let them think.
Well, someone move.
Not some move, like, I wouldn't call queen f2 necessarily simple. But
I thought it would.
I was thinking, like, again, knight h4. You either think about knight h4, you either think about queen g3. You either think about maybe going d4 and making sure that d4 doesn't work. So there were moves there for white that they had to think about.
Let's see.
Mm.
How does one make progress in this position?
As white or black?
As white?
As white, you have to break open with d4 at the right moment. The other thing you gotta do is you gotta try and open up maybe like king h2, rook g1, maybe try and get the g file open. That's another way you could do it. Now this looks like an error. Like this, I'm happy to see for white. E takes d.
He takes D, you're undoubling the pawn.
You're undoubling the pawns, and then after e takes d, knight takes, queen takes. You can just go e4 again, and then I think that your position works out nicely. So actually, queen f3 played by Mike on his board.
Followed by knight e5 from.
Yeah, and see, this is like I said, like you're spoiled for choice, and you can go wrong very quickly in these type of positions that are you're spoiled for choice. Now we have to think about like where does he wish to go with this?
It's not gonna be an easy game.
It's gonna be tricky. Like okay, so like queen g3, you have bishop h6 threat ideas. They don't ever actually work, but like you know, you got all these ideas. So queen g3 played, which is kind of what I expected.
Queen g3 pitting the knight to the queen.
Which might,
Okay, that's switch.
yeah.
So let's see.
This is going to be interesting because like I feel like Mike is starting to get spoiled for choice and starting to get a bit wayward with his queen decisions.
Check the time of the next semester.
Granted, like Black's queen is underneath an X-ray and Black's queen is undefended currently, but I'm just thinking, do we not just go bishop d6 and then just do an X-ray of our own with Black against the queen on g3?
I have no idea.
Bishop d6 played, and now after bishop d6 played, we have to start to see how do we actually wish to continue this.
I say that we'll figure it out when the time comes to figure it out.
I mean, that's good for them, but I want to try and figure it out myself. It's kind of a nice little like puzzling position.
Well, it depends on what White plays.
I mean, there are so many moves that White could play, though. That's the problem. Like,
Looks like the Spanish game is opening up a little bit now.
yeah, we had E takes D catches. We expected it, but after E takes D, like it'll be knight takes, and then it could easily become just a very drawish position.
After the queen takes, let's just play e4.
Yeah, you just play E4, right? And then the structure is very locked together and solid for White then, and Black has to live with an isolated E pawn for the moment, and try and figure out how to navigate it. So bishop f4 played by Mike to again counter bishop d6, which is what I expected. It's the most natural looking move. I'm just wondering now this has happened, is there anything that they could do to try and again liquidate material off and make this into a draw? Like what's the easiest way? What's the easiest way to do it? Knight g6 looks like a natural way.
I'm actually going to switch cameras. Mike just walked out of the room. So
like knight g6, and then it hits the bishop on f4. It would take on d6. Queen can take on d6.
I'm thinking.
Puzzled?
You also know how I like to play. I just do whatever I want, and it somehow works. It's not most of the time. It's on you.
So they both walk away from the board, so we're just kind of waiting for the side to move to return.
Whoever's gonna come back first. We're back.
So Black takes with the knight. That's to be expected. Now the question is, will White go e4 immediately and allow the knight to jump to f4 where it could be useful later? Or will we see knight takes, queen takes e4, and then that position there, I'm just not hopeful that that's going to turn into much of a game after that. I mean, sure, Black still can go f5, undermine the center, something along those lines, right?
So this would be an interesting game.
But I don't know.
Oh, don't know.
The one thing I like about White's position, though, that gives me like hope that maybe this game can turn into something very, very interesting, is White has the open A file, which means they have rook flipped ideas like rook A4 to shift the rook over wherever they need it to go, or they have rook A5 to put pressure on the E5 pawn. And that's a very important resource to notice because if you're looking at, for example, how does either side make progress after E4 being played, it's going to be about the breakthroughs that they can get in the center.
Sorry, just dealing with something. Anyway. You want to switch back? Oh, no, Mike's back.
Well, I want to see this decision made for the Joko Piano. Like, I want to see what White decides here because it's kind of important for the nature of the game.
Why is there a mouse on the screen? No, mouse is not that. Hello? Oh, it's just your mouse. I do want to see this decision made. What do you think? I'm going to put E4 and knight takes D5.
It depends on the player. If they're a risk-taking player, then they're definitely going to go probably for the E4 path. And then it's up to Black to play along and go knight F4, because if they just take on C3 and just have that position, then again we have a situation where the double pawns don't do much.
I think it's a view map before this given like move. Yeah, it looks like
Yeah, the other board with Mike's game, like knight D3 was played, and
isn't it D3?
no, it's not Thunder. Of course not.
Oh, we'll say that.
Okay, so they actually take on they finally made the decision. Knight takes knight was played on the Joko Piano game. That's the responsible choice.
Queen takes knight, obviously coming after.
Right, and then it's just E4 should be played. If they don't go E4, then they really don't want to see Black play E4. If they,
And so they play E4 afterwards. A very good game coming from both players. Fudge now out of the room.
where do you think the Queen's going to retreat back to? You think just back to D8? Or maybe they go D6 to keep it a bit more active?
Maybe Queen D6, honestly.
I would like to see something like Queen D6 being played. It keeps it flexible and it allows White. It makes White have to think about the light square bishop coming maybe to E6 and not to potentially like see B6 and bishop B7 be played. Because on B6 bishop B7, I know it can potentially have influence somehow, but yeah, going to E6 just feels better for the light square bishop.
He didn't go to.
Yeah, he did play Queen D6, which again, that's the move I
The
expect.
follow-up for White should be Rook A5.
Yeah, just keep pressure on the weak E pawn. But after Rook A5, I'm just wondering, did we go B6 on Rook A5? No, because Rook A5 we want to go to D5. What am I thinking? That's the whole point of this. So after Rook A5, probably bishop to. No, not bishop E6 either, because
Rook
that drops it.
A5, White.
Rook A5 is actually
D4
tricky.
with White.
Well, no, I mean, like, what is Black going to do after Rook A5?
A5, Black does.
So we don't want to see Rook coming to D5. So
Why not B5?
it feels wrong to me.
Hmm.
So maybe C6. But C6
C6 doesn't work yet.
C6 doesn't work. Wait, why does C6 not work?
C6 are still not, you're not getting rid of the threat on D4.
I mean, rook takes, and the rook takes, and knight takes, queen takes.
My head hurts. I'm doing nothing but thinking about shards for the
Wait a minute.
past 4 hours.
Okay, 5. C6. Knight takes pawn. Rook takes. And rook takes. Yeah, no, it's got plenty of defense. Don't make me question basic things.
I'm tired.
Ah, knight h4 plays instead. Going for knight f5. Knight h4, knight f5 is thematic. And you're also getting here the f7 pawn. Keep that in mind. You're getting f7. So let's say bishop e6 gets played. That's not good. That's a weird move. Queen e7 is a very weird move that they just trying to say. Yeah, but it's just such a weird move. Okay, because you're walking into this knight f5 move, and you're going to have to capture it. And I just don't understand why you want to do that. Whereas bishop e6 is far more human, and definitely the move that you haven't developed your bishop yet. You want to get into the game somehow. So bishop e6 does at least do that and protects your f7 square.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. They're playing considerably fast. For 45 delay. Which I still don't understand why they did that. I thought it was going to be 60.
Yeah, 40 with 5-second delay. It's a weird timing trend. It's what they are trying to advertise as what, fast classical? But I just feel like fast classical.
If someone's trying to play classical, why would you want to be fast?
That is my question indeed.
Like, I'll play a 30-minute cluster game with mine, but I don't sit down for 30 minutes. Just, I played some,
Looking at Mike's board and how this is developed out, honestly,
it's not the word. It's
no.
I actually way better than it was.
Black has found a way to stabilize, but like I still like the in game for white better than black.
Well, I'm looking at
I mean, here,
too.
Well, first off, it's white to move.
I know,
But so, like, we have to think about it from white's perspective. Like, what are you going to play as white in this position? I mean, bishop c2 is the most natural move.
So yeah, rook d2. No, it doesn't work.
No, rook d2 doesn't work. Bishop c2. Bishop c2 is an instant.
Bishop c2. Well, knight b2.
I mean, you have problems with your you should have some sort of problem there. Like, if you lose the b2 pawn, it's not the end of the world. I'm much more like I want to control the d file, if that makes sense. Like bishop c2, go ahead, take my pawn on b2. I'll take on d. You'll take on d, and I'll bring the other rook over to d. And like this bishop versus.
Over to d if the knight's on b2.
This is true. But we can go instead, like, we can get rook e1. Okay, so rook d2, defending.
I
Okay.
did exactly what I asked.
Okay. It's just now I know what we really like about the position is like knight c5. And you have to make a decision how to deal with knight c5.
We shall see if your lucky stone is really lucky, or your lucky coin.
Well, I mean, this is a hard position to play for a win, but
I think it's gonna be a draw.
yeah, I think it's going to do. Looks like we try and get the draw. And now, hold on. On the other board, we just had a major development happen.
Oh, queen's off.
Queens have come off the board, and now this gives white a very attractive passer in the position, and it gives them an isolated target to work towards. For example, rook a4 targets the pawn on d4. c5, you think you're defending it, but I have b4. And you can go b6, but after b6, I'll take, and then rook c4, and I think that structure starts falling apart.
Our games.
Oh, yeah, major development happened on the Jump of Young game. Queens came off, so now like we have
There you go.
So in Mike's game, looks like it's just looks like in Mike's game it's going to be a rather straightforward. Well, not straightforward. It's going to be a difficult. It's going to be a rather hard draw for black, I would say. But it is showing this is like a draw, and I do understand it should be. But how do you actually achieve? How do you execute it? Is going to be the question here. In the Joko Piano game, however,
What is just a little bit better?
I was surprised to see them at B4. I thought Rook A4 would be played, and then after Rook A4, maybe they go C5 to try to defend. But then Pawn B4 would happen, and on B6 we would trade to go Rook C4 to go to the C5 pawn instead. Unfortunately, and while it's an interesting idea, it isn't what they chose. They instead chose to go B4 first and Knight F5. The idea with B4 I thought was Knight F3 to stop C5 and go after the pawn on D4 instead. That way, and then if your rook goes to defend, then you would have potentially there some pawn b5 nonsense happening. But instead, they go for pure space and spatial advantage, and this does look attractive. I do see why now maybe they think this is a good way forward. I'm just wondering where the pawn breakthrough is going to happen at though.
I feel like they're just trying to storm the king side.
Yeah, they have the pieces to really do it.
Well, they need the other rook to be a part of the fight, so probably lifting it up to A5 won't be too bad of an idea.
It won't be too bad of an idea, and if they overreact to it by going B5, maybe.
Mike's game just has another move.
Yeah,
B3.
B3, on Mike's game B3. Just protect B2. Understandable, but let's see. Do they dare go Knight C1 to go after A2 and force A4?
I doubt it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's a.
Knight C1, you win a pawn. I think.
Knight C1, like when they're hitting the A2 pawn, so like you go Bishop F3, they take on A2, you take on C6. Is that still a draw? Is the question?
If you go Knight C1,
Well, no, because then they're hitting.
A3.
No, Knight C1, A3, then they can go back, can they? They can just go back.
I think people are getting tired of those long games because they're almost done with their entire game in less than 20 minutes.
No, it's just fatigue setting in. When fatigue starts setting in, you're just wanting to like play a good game with confidence, and then not burn out all your energy for the last round. Because they have one more round to go, so they don't want to burn out all their energy.
Yeah.
So like people are like, if I make a draw here, if I'm in contention for something, right? Just make a draw here, and then go for like really hard on the last final round. At least that's the mindset that I think they're working with. But
Rather than mine, I'll try my best ever to get on play. Well, it does look like White has a little bit better of a pawn chain.
oh yeah, White's pawn chain isn't massive, but I'm just wondering if Black were to actually go. Like, see, this is where I'm getting inventive, and this is like where I make a lot of sense. But let's say Black on the Joko Piano game were to play C5, and they of course White would take it, thinking, well, thank you for the free pawn, and then Rook C8 happens. Rook A C8 happens. And they don't really have a way to defend it, and then that would open up attacking lines of sight on the C2 pawn.
Yeah.
They would have a win-win defense, I guess. They would have.
Oh, there's the first mistake of the 2 games today.
Yeah, A5 played on Mike's board by his opponent. He wants to try and stop any queenside pawn expansion, but I don't know.
Punish is G3 for some reason.
We have to always think about what's a humanistic move to find. I'm just looking at the engine as like a cheat code, but I'm trying to think of as a human player, what would I actually try and find here? King of one. I don't think many people think of G3 in that position.
I never said that was the only move.
I mean, Bishop F3 was what I was looking at.
Yeah, so that's why I did moves.
Bishop F3 was like a really just basic move, but I don't know. Well, like King F1, you're trying to force the knight out before you go for Bishop F3, but why? So King E7 later responds. Also, the Joko Piano game is looking really interesting. Huh? So we got the Joko Piano game going on, and finally this left comes into play. I will say that
I don't know how to feel about it anymore.
I will say that this is getting to be a very interesting attempt by White. I'm just wondering what their follow wants to be. Do they want to go B5? And if so, why would they need the rook on A5? Why would the rook on A1 be ill placed for it? On Mike's board, King E2 played. Again, I don't quite get. Oh, this is why.
That's a mistake on
That's a
Mike's board as
mistake.
well.
It's a mistake on Mike's board. Now the opponent's knight is only has the A2 square that it can use, and then when it gets to A2, if it can't take the C3 pawn, then it really will be a trapped knight. Even if it takes A2, it might be trapped.
Yeah, it just is trapped.
So you just trapped your own knight there. That is a brilliant way to actually convert this to a win for Mike. I did not expect to find this maneuver.
I think that's gonna be a resignation, honestly.
Yeah, no. Black walked in because not even seeing it, but like Black had to just get the knight back whenever the king started approaching.
round 5 is underway, final round of the evening. Thanks to everybody who came and everybody who watched the stream. We'll probably have some commentary coming in just a moment.
Hello and welcome back to the 5th round of the Scarlet Chess Club Fall Open. And let's go through the top board game first. Michael Robinson versus Greg Turner. So he starts with e4, d5, knight f3, knight c6, and d4. And after takes, I think this Scotch, and then he goes bishop c4. Interesting line. I'm not sure if we've seen this one before, but interesting stuff right here. So it's Scott's gambit, and then he plays d6, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, queen takes d4, knight f6, just being played. And out of the opening, I think white's comfortable. A pair of knights has been swapped, but an interesting point to note here is that like this king right here is actually really eager to castle, whereas this king requires a couple more moves, and then also this bishop, I'm not sure if he has a purpose because there's nothing to pin here. And now I think an interesting position would be to just put the bishop on one of these squares and basically say, hey, I can castle both ways. If you commit too soon to castling, I am launching an attack. And I'm like 3 moves away from putting my pawn on h6. And that is really, really interesting in this position. Let's actually switch to the second board. And this is Owen David against Faramilla. And here, e4, c6, the Carcon was played, and c4. And an interesting line, and then he played g6 and d4, and this has suddenly turned into some sort of, if you actually play d5, some sort of a Queen's Gambit structure than the Carcon. And if you want to keep the Carcon-esque structure, you have to like try and again play something else. So very interesting opening choice, I think, by playing g6, and d6 has been played, and this probably goes into this whole idea of unusual openings. And here again, after e6, the Indian doesn't really like it, but it's because white gains a lot of space and the center. So most of all of these things actually go back to the basics of chess, which is control the center, develop your pieces, and keep your king safe. And if we stick to those, it's usually easier to explain the engine changes. Not always is that the same reason. But see again here, grabbing space, but also developer pieces. So if knight f3, like the most common move, knight c3, one of those moves, white gains a lot of space, and I think white might also be a little hesitant to play knight f3 because f4 might be another idea that you want to play. We don't want to play it right away because queen h4 is also an idea for black. So you kind of want to like test the waters. But this is interesting now suddenly because this black bishop right here doesn't really have a lot of life, especially if you develop it on G7. Suddenly you're again biting into a lot of granite, and then I think probably, and if you go to B4 and let's say get exchanged on D2, suddenly you have a bunch of problems because these light score weaknesses now is what white will play for the rest of the game. So interesting position again on this part of the board. Really.
Yeah, you hardly ever see a game where both players in their first four moves only move pawns.
Oh yes, that's actually an interesting observation. Yeah. Oh. What do you think? Is he going to play f4 and play the fifth move also pawn?
I think so. I think
Come on.
he's got space. He can
Right.
maintain the space.
If he wants to stick there for a little while, he might just push f4 and be like, "Hey, I'll play another pawn move, but
I would, but I'm a troll.
But you get the control of the center. Now, the sad part is that queen h4, f3, and you have some light square weaknesses to take care of, but you still have a bishop that you can put on g2, and you'll be like, okay, I'm fine, I'm not that bad. Although, pawns are too far ahead at this point. Yeah, so interesting development here. And let's go back to the other game. A couple of moves have been played here since we last checked it. So knight c3 was played, 6 knight c3 was played, and then after bishop e7, bishop f4 was actually played, and a6 probably preparing some sort of b fight, but a4 again stopping that. And also making it very clear that he's not going to castle queenside whatsoever, which is interesting because I don't know. I would sit here and think about, be like, maybe I can actually castle on the queen side.
I don't think it's possible.
That's the engine line, but
Yeah.
I would just wait. I would like, play something like h3, bishop b3 or something. Just sit and talk about it. Like, hey, let's think about it. But a4 basically neglects that and says, well, I'm not going to play like 000 at any point in time. And castles, both castle kingside really quickly, and b6 is played. And again, I think too much. It's just like a little bit more inferiority for this bishop right now. He doesn't have a lot to do, and apart from that, white just enjoys a bunch of space and control of the center. Like white really is strong. He's controlling a very specific squares in the center, so he's going to be a little happier with how the position has played itself at this point. Going here. Bishop f4 was played instead of f4. So
Coward.
but what is basically saying if you take, I take with the bishop and I can sit there. But
It is a mistake.
yes, because I think if you try to take with the bishop f6 and suddenly black's fine because doesn't look that great, but also now I get bishop b7 and actually king f7 and I'm happy. Like I don't really care. So if you play something like this, I'll take back and I'll play f6. And my claim is that you have to retreat with one of these moves, and like this is possible. But I think also bishop b7, bishop coming out is possible. The bishop getting out, the knight getting out one of these squares. But I also like what the engine says. Just push. Now if you take, I'm going to exchange screens. And be like, hey, okay, yes, you have a lot of play, but do you really like? Is it really there? Then I'm threatening this 000. I'm happy. So yeah, I think not very interesting for white with the bishop f4 line. Not really liking it that much.
Of course, Travis has to be asking himself because his first four moves were pawns. Does he want his fifth move to be a pawn? Is he willing to take that opportunity to?
Take on e5.
Yeah,
It's likely, right? And also bishop h6 is like something that the agent thinks. It's so welcome. Let's go back to the boards just to see what has happened. A couple moves in the other game, though. I think they're playing really fast with this. So after b6, knight jumps to d5, and then bishop b7, knight takes. Okay, so never in my life I will play that.
yeah. Because does White have a follow up for that? Like the black bishop was hemmed in, had nowhere to go. White is almost doing Black a favor by taking it.
Right, and the only counter argument that I can think of is that, oh, I have the bishop pair, and both of them are out. And the only thing that the so the only thing that the engine thinks is nice here is to play this like sneaky f3 and say, hey, you're not doing anything really, are you? And just talk about it for a little while, and then put your rooks on the open files, semi-open files, and play for it.
I think Michael agrees because that's what he just played. F3.
Beautiful, right? So amazing stuff again coming out from Michael. Right. So actually, in the other game, Farron chose to take with the pawn, and after taking with the bishop, knight f6, and I don't like it. I would have definitely like 110% played f6. There was no reason I would not have played f6. Knight f6 is not as bad. Knight f6 is like, but it's still working into pin. I'm just curious. I don't know if this is worth it. Is it cheap for something that I can look at? Not really. Okay. But okay, let's get back to this. But knight f6, I'm not really happy. I would like to play f6, kick that bishop around a little bit, and then exchange the queens off the board and be like, okay, I'm playing with black, but I'm happy not.
Well, he probably wants the castle short, and he doesn't want to have his pawns develop further out from there.
Right.
Would be my guess.
Yeah, and this is also interesting because here White should just develop. Also, another point to look at is that White still is 3 moves away from castling, whereas Black is almost 2 moves away from castling. And let's say if like what the engine says is to play knight c3, and now once you get bishop b7, g7, sorry, bishop g7. Black is just going to castle and be like, okay, I'm done with, got everything done. What are you going to do from here? And like, I'm going to start attacking you as soon as like I can open the center, and I'm threatening. Again, the question is, do you have the breaks, like the pawn breaks present? Maybe c5 is an option then. But it might get interesting real quick, real soon. So after knight c6, like things still handle, like hang in the balance. It's still 0-0, pretty much. you know that old saying, right? That anything is 0-0. Like usually the openings, if you give the engine infinite amount of time, if you let an engine run for like a lot of time, like
Sure.
everything is a draw. So pretty interesting stuff out here. Let's see if there's some stuff happening on the boards. F3 was the last move that was played. Knight F6 is the last move that was played. Pretty good tournament about this. What are your thoughts about this? So prediction time maybe. We have Michael Robertson and Greg Tunnell probably like approaching like the only ones who are undefeated and with a 3.5 out of 4.
I haven't been paying attention to the points. I just know that both of them are very strong players. I've lost to both.
Oh, actually, I lost to one of them too, and in the same tournament, there was Brad's Barbecue. I lost to Robertson in a drawn end game on time, and then Greg just whooped me. So, yeah, it's beautiful, but it is interesting to see this like this position and be like, okay, anything can happen right now. It's still like a long game. Again, not a Masters level game, so we cannot say White's only playing for 2 results at this point. At least on board one, it feels like White's very comfortable. Like he's not like has pieces out, King's really safe, no immediate threats happening.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other board, I think there's a little bit tension on F6, but that's it. And White probably at this point is spending so much time trying to get something out of it.
Well, you can see his leg there in the cam. He is thinking hard.
Right.
He is very stressed. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he comes up with.
And he pulls his chair up a little bit. Yes, beautiful observation actually, like putting it into the cam. That does make it very interesting that he's thinking. And I think it's a good time to think because you really want, like, this is not probably a conventional opening by any
For sure,
chances.
yeah.
So, probably spend like a couple more minutes figuring out what do you want to do with this little imbalance or tension that you have, and how are you going to take care of it. Black is still a lot more underdeveloped than White, but given 2-3 moves, Black is perfectly fine. So if you want to push or make something out of it, you have to create some sort of an imbalance.
Both of these guys look quite young, so you know that they can probably take the time all the way down to the last 5 minutes and then blitz out what's remaining. So it's not a bad idea to think here.
Yeah, absolutely. And while he's thinking, I think a couple of moves have been made on the Robertson Greg board, where I think H6 was played and then Bishop G3 is out. So after Knight takes on E7, Queen takes E7, F3, H6, and Bishop G3, basically discouraging G5 and saying, well, my bishop's comfortable. I'm not really in a rush. I don't want to put it anywhere where it's dangerous. And if you try to go after me with Knight H5, I can just slide back to Bishop F2 and maintain the bishop pair.
Michael's good at that. He's very patient with keeping his pieces positioned correctly and then using them correctly later.
Yes.
Board 2, Knight C3.
Right, so Knight C3 again, the top engine move, but saying, hey, I'm going to develop my pieces. I'm going to put my knight on C3, now knight on F3, another bishop on D3, castle kingside maybe, and take it from there slowly. And I don't know if he wants to even castle. I mean, I'm not sure, because I can also very well see him going bishop B3, knight F3, queen D2, and then just put the king on E2 maybe, and then just go H4, H5, H6 maybe, H4, H5. There's already a hook, so this concept of the concept of the hook is that when I'm pushing a pawn, it needs a hook to latch onto that cannot be broken away. So if black goes this route, all I want to do is basically to put my pieces so that they defend the king enough, and then go h4 h5. And if I really need to, then I castle here. And if I don't, I just put my king on e2, and it's really safe, defended by these 3-4 pieces around. And this you really require again a lot of will to attack the king in this pseudo openly, but still it's pretty protected. Whereas your king, which is on the side of the board, suddenly has problems getting and is getting attacked. So this hook right here is very interesting. Bishop f4 is played. Again, good stuff, I think. I'm hoping bishop g7. I'm hoping to see bishop g7 very soon on this one. A couple other things were done. He's played knight h5. Greg's basically saying, hey, if you don't like that bishop, trade it with a knight, and then we both have same colored bishops, and you have a damaged pawn structure. And I maybe have something to play for now. But I'm sure Robinson's going to play bishop f2 really quickly, not letting go of the bishop pair. And that brings us back to interesting stuff. And looking at both the boards, I feel like very balanced, very nice game, and like a typical round 5 game, like easy, smooth, simple chess. Not expecting, not seeing rapid moves, not seeing some risky openings, no Glex, no king's gambit, just regular chess, and smooth and simple, so that it goes out into the deep strategy of the middle game.
Is it crazy to consider on Michael's game instead of bishop f2 to go all the way to bishop e1 with thoughts of putting it on c3 so that it's behind the queen, it's constantly pointing towards the king?
I think bishop e1. It's interesting to say the very least, especially because Black might also try to put his knight on f4 and then try to push d5. Because the bishop now moves away. So here's this nice little thing. So it's right here. So let's say, let me show you this really quickly. So let's say I spend a move playing this stupid move, and then play this, move away. Beautiful thing happening.
Oof.
So yes, it's definitely is a thing that possible. And then I'm expecting knight f4 to be played right away, and then him probably trying to do this, and then again I'm expecting some sort of a like bolstering this knight here, or maybe moving it. But definitely interesting. And then these ideas again. Made in one idea is tricky for the 1900s to identify, so quite possible. But I like that little trick that's present in the game. That this bishop is guarding the only square that's like stopping the fork. But we'll see what he plays. Come back to the other game actually. Oh, we actually didn't. So let me quickly show what I was talking about. After bishop e1, knight f4, and let's say you waste a move, this d5, and if the bishop moves, the knight forks the king and the queen on e2. So this bishop is the only thing that's guarding that square. So bishop on e1 seems pretty interesting. And actually, on the board, bishop f2, knight f4. Pretty interesting, and I think there's nothing wrong with bishop e1 actually. Going to the other game for a second here, a couple of moves have been made after knight c3, knight bd7, again trying to take this bishop. And this bishop is really important if I ever hope to attack. I want to keep this bishop alive. And Farron saying the same thing, that hey, I know you want to use that bishop to attack me, and I'm going to go after it with all my might, but then I'm also not going to leave my knight on the rim. And after bishop e2, I think things are interesting again, because this bishop still doesn't have like the typical Caro bishop on the French bishop now after the transposition, sitting on the like a pawn chain, doing nothing, sitting on the pawn chain, has no life right now whatsoever. But in due time, when you get the c5 break, and when you get to play b6, this bishop is coming out and it's going to be really, really strong on these diagonals eventually. And this French bishop again gives you a lot of pain in the early days. But once it starts becoming active, it's going to be really, really happy. So again, I'm expecting white to play just a simple chess, knight f3 here, black castles on the king side. Black castles on the king side, play some sort of break at some point, b5, c5, put the knight here if you want to. No fireworks expected here early days, at least in the next 3-4 moves. Moving to this one, after knight f4, I think Mike's taking his time. No, actually, he did put a move on the board with bishop e3, and he basically is saying, well, this knight I don't like it here, and you've got to make
my house.
That's the truth. He says get out of my house, or like pick a bad square to be on, or weaken your pawn structure. And suddenly, if you play this, I'm more than happy because, yeah, this bishop I don't really want to take. What I want to actually do is be sneaky now. And now with like the pawns basically being here. Can I get a better square, better color maybe? Yes, the pawns being here. This is really deadly, threatening checkmates on both these squares. And he goes 96, and he's like, okay, I'm defending this, but I'm also going to give you a little bit of trouble. Okay.
Of course, now queen can drop down to d2 and maybe do a sack on h6, bishop for 2 pawns, totally exposing the black's king. A little risky, especially for players this good.
Oh, there's another interesting idea. Let's say you go here. Right. Look at maybe a square shot. Takes. And I have this perpetual at some point. So you give me another move, and I'm definitely drawing if nothing else. But again, this is like playing home chess because like, I don't know what he's going to do. Maybe put it back. Maybe not. So, well, then just says to play queen e5, should be like, okay, what do you have? Because after you do this, I think I can just put the queen back, and then you have nothing. But there's this like little perpetual idea that might play into those sometimes. There is X, and e2 on the board. So, we are going to.
My logic might be faulty, but sometimes I do find the right move. Or at least the same move the player thinks of.
Well, if it works, right? This is good because now you are giving some sort of a threat, and you're also saying this that I've got this G1 A7 diagonal covered basically, and I'm happy that you never want to attack the king on this one. That also means I'm really happy to play F4, F5, and be like, okay, this knight doesn't really belong on this square at all. And the other thing is this beautiful pattern that if a knight is separated by a bishop with 2 squares, like the bishop potentially dominates the knight.
sorry for the gap there. We were trying to find if we could find the player history between Robertson and Turner to see whether we had a record of them. Couldn't find that, but more moves have been made on the boards.
Then after this, Queen D2, B6, and H4 has been played.
So you're looking more and more correct that White may never castle at all.
Right. He played H5 in response, which is interesting. I also feel like how I like to say is very being scared about it. It's not cowardly, yes, obviously, because you need to fend off the threats.
Mm-hmm.
And with this, you're also basically saying you almost have to play F3 to play any sort of G4 ideas, because if not, I'm going to take. And I'm happy again because I can play Bishop B7, Queen C7, or Queen E7, and I can castle on the other side if you try to open this side out. And you're not going to be really happy castling that side, because I can put my king on B8, and I can go even further to put on H8, and then I can open the C and the D files. My D file's already open. I'll open the C file, and I'll start attacking on that side.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you cannot obviously castle on king side. Like you can, but you can't castle that way. But the funny thing is, this is still a very dynamic position, because where the pieces land will define where you castle eventually in the game. Because if white's piece is lying towards the king side, black can basically play Bishop B7, Queen E7 or Queen D7, and then say, hey, which side are you wanting to attack? And I'm going to castle the opposite side. And it's not going to be easy for you to read out your pieces, because by the time you read out your pieces, I'm going to open up the center and say, you need to make a choice right now where you're castling. So black, I think, has a very comfortable position, not bad. It's not win neither, but Bishop B7, Queen D7, Queen C7, one of those, and then you basically castle on the same side as white does, and then you say, yes, you had the first move, yes, you got well out of the position, yes, I moved my pawn's first 5 moves in the opening, but show me the advantage you have for that, and white has nothing, almost nothing to show for it, apart from like a little bit of center control.
Long castle.
Right now?
Yeah.
Oh, that is okay. That is tricky because now role reversed. Like I play B5 and I can sit in the center. It's like, how are you going to attack me in the center? I'm going to open the B and the C files up. My D file's already open. I'm going to push, make sure we exchange some pieces, some pawns.
That's probably why he put his knight on H3, right? Because he's not specifically looking to get onto the G file. He wants to go to F4 with the thought that he can push that D pawn, D5, and have that knight as an extra piece that can come in there targeting it.
Right. And that's very interesting. It's just that I don't know. Like this king is pretty safe. Like it still has 2 pawns, a queen, and 2 knights guarding it.
Sure.
And the thing is, it really has a really interesting, like easy getaway. So I put again, I've been saying this for like 3 minutes now. You put your queen on E7 or C7 and you say, hey, I can run on either side of the board.
Mm-hmm.
I can also change the center. But you have committed towards the queen side. So I am really okay opening the queen side and then saying, oh, I'll stay in the center. And if you want to open the center, I can go towards the king side, and you do not have resources to distribute everywhere because you're now defending on the queen side and you wanted to attack in the middle, on the center of the board. And now I'm sitting on the king side and my king is really safe. And chess, like ends when you checkmate the king and not the queen. So there's a lot of flexibility for black here to just play this, and I don't really like committing so quick, and I would have still spent some time trying to explore what black wants to do really, because he still is it was a bit far away from picking what side to castle, and by doing this you showed your hand really quick, and all the advantage that you had has gone away. Let's quickly look at the other game also. So after a5, rook fd1 was played, rook ad8, and queen f2 was played. King h7.
Why?
Well, you still got the white bishop on the diagonal to it. Another couple of pieces in between, but maybe he's wanting to move either the F file or the F pawn or the G pawn.
But why is King H7 so quick? Is there an idea of like, okay, let's make a waiting move, like absolute worst move that I can play. Do you think this is okay? Not really, right? So I don't understand why King H7 has to be something very wrong if I waste a move to warrant a move like this. So something he might have seen which I'm probably not seeing.
Castling any king move is just preparatory, and it's got to be for an attack. Right? All the white pieces are developed. He's not going to sit around waiting for white to attack. He's got to do some counters.
I think this White's next move, Queen G3, shows why he did that, because he just didn't want to waste another move after this, thinking about, hey, what if he goes bishop takes h6? And I have problems, so I'm going to put my king there. Now, interestingly, I might want to reconsider where I want to put this light square bishop. And I'm going to get a little greedy very quickly with such ideas. In fact, I might want to start with this and then start getting greedy.
Yeah, be a little more forcing.
Yeah. But knight c5 was played, stopping this bishop's route. So I think Greg, again, being really, really clear on his intentions that, hey, you're not going to get an easy attack on my king. But also, the only concerning point for Greg right now is that this bishop is biting down into a 3-point chain, 3-point pawn chain. It's difficult. So might want to exchange itself off.
It is technically attacking the base pawn through a double X-ray.
Through a double X-ray, yeah. So one day we'll get F5 and G4 for black, and then we'll take that pawn on G2 only to sack itself. Yeah, it's good. I think good intentions shown by both players, not willing to give away a lot of space to each other and not making their lives easier for any of them. I don't know, if I was white, I would try to figure out if I like this bishop more than this knight here, and I probably still do. I think moves have been made on the other side. On a castle, why would we do this? Okay, so okay. As white castle, they played queen e7. And then I feel like there was no immediate need for playing this move, castling. And
well, with F3, white's clearly signaling they're about to start pushing kingside. Maybe black got spooked.
Right, and I'm more than happy to just stay in the center that way, because you're castled, yes, but I have a queen in front of my king. I have 2 pawns. I have 2 knights also right there. And then if need be, I am willing to run away to the queen side if you tend to put your h rook on e1, and I'm okay with that. But right now, I would really want to just sit in the center and actually go b5, a5, a4, b4, just trying to see what I can puncture in white's position on the queen side and be you're sitting really comfortably with your king there, but you don't really have a lot of protection. So why not let's poke and prod and figure out what you can do. So I'm not really liking this 000. I think this also gives white the license that, okay, well, you've got some granted black's pieces are a little scattered, but both the players get some time to now strategize for what they want to do with their middle game, and middle game planning will start showing.
Yeah, I'm liking bishop g5, because even if the queen gets out, moves away from the pin, the rook's still there, so it's a much firmer pin on that knight on f6.
True, and I am also looking at this king b1 c5 idea. I like that. I like that a lot, and it's also almost very customary. So Levon Aronian, or I think one of Levon Aronian MBL said this: that when you castle queenside, king b1 is an automatic move that you play. So you basically take two moves to castle on queenside, and that goes true for this one also, because if I'm castling this side, I would like to put the queen away and basically be like, okay, I put this thing in, and then start asking questions. Hey, yes, you castled queenside, you copied me, but you don't have the same form pawn structure that I have, and your pawn structure is a little wonky. Are you willing to give me some concessions in your position with the pawn structure? So I like this king b1 idea, I think, a little bit more than the engine recommended rook h1. And I think bishop g5 again is a very strong idea, that you put the knight and pin and be like, hello, you don't really have anything. And for him to basically get out of that, he requires a lot more work, because I think after bishop g5, maybe there is this subtle idea of let's remove all the arrows, of basically putting that bishop on h6 and trying to take it like exchange, and then do away this sad bishop that is present, or this really strong bishop that's pinning the knight. So it's possible, but again, nothing pretty winning right now. White's a little bit more comfortable than black at this point. In this, interesting moves have been played at rook a3, a rook left from the side of the board. Not an uncommon thing these days, but also very intriguing, because you usually don't see this. This also means that white is also planning at some point to go f4, because he wants to make space, like drop back maybe a little bit with the queen and the bishop, and then put that rook there, and then line up the bishops like lasers, and have some Gary Kasparov-esque like attack going on soon.
Yeah, it's funny with rook a3 or rook h3. For players that are under 1,000, you'll see this very often in the first 5 moves, and teachers will discourage that. But then they get stronger, and you teach them to do it in move 20 or move 30, and you call it a rook lift, and then it's a good move.
And absolutely correct. And I think that also comes with the analogy that everything has its time.
Yep.
So it's very, very important at this point to address. So black again basically saying, hey, do you want to leave that pawn? Let me take it for free. Because if you want to defend it, you got to play b3 or bishop b3 to defend it, or play the very ugly rook d1, which is
how many rooks do you need to defend the pawn?
Right, and you'll basically be putting 10 points of material defending 1 point of material. And the funny thing is, it's actually the truth, because that rook doesn't have a lot of good squares anyway to go b3, and d3 are like taken away by the knight.
Alright, and I'm back just to take a peek at this game. On board one between Michael and Greg, just for my own edification. We've kind of stepped away from the table for the last 20 minutes. And I'm just kind of curious what has gone on since here. I know that the eval bar was going all over the place. From here, Mike decides to capture the knight, forcing double pawns. Idea there is pretty clear. But then he abandons the a4 pawn, and the eval did not like that. The computer says that it gives a full point in black's favor. But interesting, the computer doesn't say take a4 right away, but rather to capture, rook on d3 after some thinking. Greg did do that. Well, I had two possibilities here: rook takes or bishop takes. They're fairly comparable, and Michael chose to take with the bishop. And it gives a question mark for that, a mistake, and I'm not really understanding that. Like, it's a free piece. There doesn't seem to be any follow-up that punishes it. So after some more pushing moves, Michael getting at least one passed pawn further down the board. Black doing their best to blockade, or at least prevent a little bit of the egress. Egress? Ingress? I get those confused. I'm not sure either side has a real clear idea of what their attack is or their plan is. And so the computer brings it back to fairly even here. 0-0. So there was definitely an inflection point with that rook coming over to d4, or excuse me, d3, but I'm not sure that Greg took full advantage of it. Oh, by the way, I'm a C-class player. If the things I say are disparaging, it's not because I'm thinking I'm superior, it's because I don't understand.
not to.
Very well.